Oh my gosh. Great! That's how I began the day. Give me a second. Alright, let me just do a little fixing here. There we go. Okay. You can talk normally now. Alright, at least I hope you can talk normally now. Hi there! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being here. Welcome. Welcome everybody. I am Ning Cobra and I am ready to start this. I don't know if this is gonna be the grand finale. Last I checked, when I was doing a little looking around for clues and stuff, it looks like I might have between 3 and 4 hours left on this game. So, yeah, spoiler alert. Yeah, spoiler alert. This is the finale. Damn it, man! Why are you spoiling me like that? You know what? That's it. Screw it. I'm just gonna go straight into this. There's not much more to do. Alright, so, we're back to the Greatest Attorney, and I don't know if I will be able to finish this today or not, but we're gonna try our damnedest. Okay, I'm just gonna go straight into it because, well, there's not that much I want to say. There's not that much I want to sit down and say, just getting ready. Oh, this little box. Yes, we were talking about this little box last time. So, this is the article in question, is it? This box is weirdly shaped. A small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. So yeah, first of all, spoiler warning. First of all, don't spoil things for me. Also, I might be spoiling things for other people who might be watching this that is not me. Sorry, I forgot to do a little something. I always do this and I forgot to do it. There we go. Come on, come on. Alright, yep. Things are looking fine and dandy for me. Cool. Alright, this case promises to be very, very interesting at the end. Let's see. And on the night of Mr. Windenbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke on the shop. Oh yeah, for some reason this item was looked at and it's like, what was the point of just looking at the small box? Well, obviously it's because of who it originally belonged to. I haven't even sent this. What? What the heck? I haven't. Okay, now I sent it. Hopefully now the hordes of people can come in and watch. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Alright. That looks... Oh! Oh, this is so much better than I originally thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be an empty box that was going to have some trace images of like an item that was... how do I say this? That was going to lead us into something else. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. That might be the case. It would appear the box houses the miniature music box movement. Graydon? Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Yes! I've been waiting for this for a long time. Can we finally figure out what the hell this thing's supposed to be? So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windenbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda, and there goes my controller, by the way. Yep. Yay me. Okay, that's okay. My leg's okay. So what's going on, you? Yeah, I have a question. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Interesting. I mean, it's music, it's just tiny little notes. It's not like we're gonna be listening to like a conversation. Very well, let the court now listen to curious disc at last.
Hold it! Hold it!
Gregson? Dear, I like you. You're a nice person. I think you've done a lot of good for us. You are getting on my last nerve! Wait, my lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're related to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection! Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Gregson, I swear to you, do not stop this case. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Oh, when Six coming to the rescue, I'm like, you don't think nice to in Six, but hey, you know, go right ahead. Come on! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Okay, so what will the disc actually have? Let's see. This is Morse code. Why didn't I think of this sooner? This isn't music. It's Morse code. This is a codified message. Oh my gosh, I was thinking like, how are you gonna get a message across with music? Morse code. Oi. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just a signal playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's doing something to him. Mr. Craven? This really is priceless. Oh, he's... After all that, the music box is broken. No, it's not broken. Not at all. You idiot. I know what's going on here. Broken? Broken? Can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. I'm doing something wrong. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It doesn't still is completely broken, but is it? Come on, you know it isn't. Could this music emanating from the music box possibly a new clue? Of course it is! I'm telling you. Yes, objection! I object to this man's clothing. He has too much white in his clothes. Of course it's a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. It is exceedingly relevant. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there is one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there shuttling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. I swear if you're involved in this, Gregson. How's it going, Gobi? I'm here just, making, just, my blood is boiling a little bit because, of this guy over here. He's been really good to us as of late, and then he's just decided to be absolutely uncooperative. I know. But, okay. What's wrong with you, Gregson? It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. Of course he is, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. Gregson, I swear to you, if you disrupt this investigation, I will have your hat. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Here comes the music again. Music in quotes. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm gonna enjoy putting you behind bars, you blonde idiot. Alright, I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deduction based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Reno.
Objection! Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you told us that they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Come on, Ryunosuke, you need to know at least this much. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Oh, I'm gonna have you on the news really soon. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Come on, it's so simple. Rina? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. A single... Okay, thank you, Iris. So the way it's been made, it can only make a single sound. This music box is clearly a Morse code machine. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, if I knew Morse code, I could decode this like this, but I don't know. Must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Think about it, Ryunosuke. Could it be? Is that what those sounds are? Finally, thank you for joining us, Ryunosuke. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, In the past few hours, even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, you have. Very clearly, because there's a person of the Yuri that's using a very similar device right now. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press a defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. I laugh at the spawn sometimes. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is it even here? Oh, hold up. Huh. Are they really? No, it's not this. Are they really suggesting? Huh. I think they are. They're suggesting that I present this. Huh. Okay. I just see no other clue because we need to link this to that as well, to the information leaks. So here goes nothing.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Wholly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along with supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And, presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5! Here we go! Your input, please. Stop! Mesa? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely popular. Important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? And there you have it. I'll drink to that. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? Oh, I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer! Oh! You suggested that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh, now I want to know what the Morse code says. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel, deserving a capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? I remember you. These are the words I'd half expect you to know. Oh my gosh. Oh, what the heck happened to my intro? I realized my phone was working. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just making sure things were running well. Okay. For sovereign governance confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Damn you, McGilded! But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? What you gotta say to that now, Mr. Prim and Proper? He'll think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! Sure, honey. And other lies you tell yourself to keep yourself to help you sleep at night. Yeah, I wrote that way. So, in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection! Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh, I think 1/6 is gonna love this too. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense, I don't know how to say that word, sorry, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Come on, Graydon. So then let us proceed.
Hold it! Hold it!
I'm sorry, excuse me? What the hell? Why are you back? Oh dear Lord, what happened? Oh dear Lord, my cell phone just went crazy. Okay. Remind me to buy me a new cell phone. This cell phone is going too crazy. Okay. Okay, this guy's again. You gotta lose have a rabbit at park here, Governor. We got things to say. Beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name starts stalking. Occupation is professional body. Name string is stalking, but we ain't bad enough to sell it on Marveland. Ooh. These guys are gonna get on our side now because of this. They're not bad enough to sell the motherland. If they believe that they've been hired to do this stuff, all bets are off. Get them on our side now. Yes. That's alright. We walked the call. Three Skulking Brothers. Hmm. Poor Gregson. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Let's just go over the testimony. This is great. Alright, what counter you got? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. Then tell me what it says. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGildas anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap to the night like what I told us to. Oh, so now, if I know there was some dodgy government secrets involved, I wouldn't have touched it. This is just too good. I know. We're all speechless. We're all speechless. Mr. Skulking. What, Mr. Vildukov, no? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? Out on the night in question, you did indeed gain entrance to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. I mean, you just said it. We did, Gov. We did. Well, some honest thieves. Somehow. Quiet down, please. What said you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. And I said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight job. And what about the guess whose shop it was, huh? I bought a block thing or died, did it? Oh! Nice to know who your friends are. Yep. Whatever this man say, I deny their accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Thank you. Okay, small music box. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single note. It was deposited at Windybanks 2 days before the black overcoat. This has... Okay, words. Graydon said there was a second disc. That second disc now has a lot more significance because that second disc now has a whole nother set of government secrets that we don't know about. Where is that second disc though? Alright, well, time to cross-examine this guy, and I am going to save real quick, and then we're gonna continue. Cool beans. Let's do this. Let me check what you gotta say about that. So, is this newspaper headline correct? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the radio station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. No, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. You're number 5. Yep. We regular communication staff officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the industry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Ooh! You're number 5. High five! That's, fascinating. You ain't getting away from this that easy, Graydon. Not at all. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. This woman. Get another crush. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages and sent and are enciphered. No more employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something! Stop! Every lie you say, Graydon, is only gonna bury you deeper. So please keep lying. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications teams. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. AKA. AKA Graydon, you are the perfect person to commit these international crimes. That's fascinating. Why the hell you lying? Why you always lying? I'm gonna get you so bad. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol will appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. Yeah, Graydon. I told you not to get in the injurious bad graces, but you done it. She should really pick her idols more carefully. That's what I said. I tell you, these lawyers' accusations are completely unfounded. Sure, they always are. They always are. Besides this, okay.
Hold it!
They're not? So anyone with a brain that would be bluntly apparent to listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely you can't be that. My learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Who's laughing? I will be more than happy to demonstrate the basic for you, sir. Oh, perfect. Sure. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous sequence consisting of two distinct notes. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Yeah. But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. I'm trying to listen to it. What if... okay. Morse code. Can it be translated into multiple languages? Can Russian have its own Morse code? Or French or Spanish, can they have their own Morse code? And therefore, well, those are, well, except for Russian, the other ones have Romanized languages. But say something like Japanese, can it have its own Morse code that you, like, it's not like dot dot, this is A, more like dot 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 dot, that is chi or something. I'm just trying to come up for something. Not that it is relevant to this case, anyway. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box... So many other things would stop it. It's learning to play so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Oh, I haven't studied that! Could it really be possible to use this music box to somehow play Morse code? Let me... Quick! Now that I have the chance. I haven't even explored this thing. Oh! Okay. Okay, this is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, is it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plugged by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plugged by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before. Yes, it's strange. Music box that can only play a single note. Has to be some significance to that, surely. And of course, what is this little button in the bottom? Oh, yes, that's what I said. What is it, Rina? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. There's two music boxes. Oh my gosh, that's the thing! That's the thing! Oh, I get it! I totally get it! That's why you need the two discs, because you need the two discs to run at the same time to deliver the message. Otherwise, it's all a bunch of nonsense. Of course. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So, if you had two discs, they will both play back at the same time! Yes! So you need both of them. So one plays the dots, the other plays the dashes, I think. And when both are played at the same time, you get the message. There we go. I got what I needed. I got the information I needed. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection! Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. I just love erasing your smile off your face. I want to do it again. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher a secret message into Morse code? Oh, would you look at that? Ah, another movement. And it's linked together. Would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The constant teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth in the two combs isn't the same. So the single note produced with this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones.
Got it! Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? I just love seeing you all pissed off. Go ahead. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds both would play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Oh, this is beyond a joke. Sorry. I'm sorry. This Boris Q4 lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I'm not sure. Could there be a way that we have this? Not yet. Sorry, we do not have the second disc. I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Damn it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright, the link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be here somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Alright, give me a second, I need to drink some water. My excitement. The excitement is a little bit too much right now, so... Okay. Let's just hold it here. So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. But people of the air remembered little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. You are not above this. You are so not above this. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. He's not here, so I don't know. I have nothing. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. So it seems that's the one I need to attack.
Hold it!
Okay,
Hold it!
we need to talk about you. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? I said, yeah. Who else, though? So let me tell you, was just popping over the phone now after all the years, but the brought out a Dutch job for us. Huh? Yeah. Ash, Nash, and who's the other guy? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulking. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Creighton is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure. They say Creighton's in old China. You know, of all the places I was thinking I was gonna see Jiggle Physics, I didn't think I was gonna see it on this guy's cheeks. His actual cheeks. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't see that anymore. Let's just keep moving. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulking? Oh! No, the other Mr. Skulking. What, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a rather laugh together way back then. Together? With Mr. Creighton, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. And you were an Adam and Eve. When he was younger. He was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leader one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. I was coming up with smart ideas that I would never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, and that proof. Remember Milverton and Skulking's? Milverton and Skulking's Milk Run. Who the hell is Milverton? He still hasn't told us the real name, has he? We still don't know your real name, dude. Oh my god. I was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, come on, I'm hungry. Oh, the kids are asking us a question, eh? Everyone was answering. Yeah, we hadn't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on a trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, it is. Actually... My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with a detail. Briefly, I hasten to add... Say no more. Skulking's never skulking. Alright, so Milverton and Skulking's Milk Run. Okay. Let's see what you gotta say about this one, then we're gonna go to the last one.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We don't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. I we're planning to know nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was HR, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybanks all along, weren't you? We were, Guff, we were. You're right there. Well, that's what we told us to do. It was his plan. Oh, I just can't help but smile at every time I see you with that frowny face of yours. I know you're going to jail. Just a matter of time. Just sit back, relax, and just feel the noose tighten over your neck. And why was it that Mr. Creighton's planned to break into Windybanks at night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, they said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us before in any way. Turned out it was a lot of cobblers, didn't it? I went past place, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. I mean, they're testifying to say that they are that they did indeed break and enter, and they were about to steal something. So, yes, they're putting the noose on their necks just because they don't want to be seen demonstrators. Alright, I don't think I have something, so I'm just gonna press.
Hold it! Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme while going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals? That's what it was all about? That sounds so alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The one thing that jumps out at me is the name. So we had to ask about that. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulking's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh my gosh. Wait. Ah, there it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Ah, yes! Yes! Oh, I got you. You are host. Alright. I got a clever class like you have worked that one out.
Hold it! Hold it!
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection! Objection!
I am the one asking these questions. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Also, I'm the one asking the questions. Shut it. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, the old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. So she took the name Graydon Dancy. And Ash, well, but Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all Bombcom. I've been at Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. So first it was Benedict, then Graydon. Are you actually gonna tell us your real name? Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulking's testimony has been reliable. For once, you were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well. Yes. Gotcha! Yes! So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Telegraph Corporation is a Central Communication whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulking brothers. Oh boy. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all these talks about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Ginny overheard at the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in of Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Creighton in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Creighton's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Not anymore! I wonder if the key to us making headway is the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Again. Have you now? Thank you, Susato-san. I hope you're fine.
Objection! Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name in years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilden, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. That was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Oh, what do you mean to say? It's alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. AKA, you're a poop creek without a paddle. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it to McGilden in collaboration with your father. Okay. New facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness, and all come together to reveal the truth. Also, take off your coat. I want to see that wound. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. But by dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilden, Mr. Creighton concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. I mean, it works. It works, I guess, because, you get a music box disc and you can't hear it anywhere else, and then you have this music box, and then you realize that it doesn't sound like anything, so you have a 2-factor security here before 2-factor security was a thing. So, I guess this works well. And a very effective one. I should have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilden went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed, One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So the same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking Brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Ah, we never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. Oh, here comes again. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. A rather ingenious demonstrator, and rather using the two brains from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Oh, this is getting too good. Come on! You know it's true. You know it's true. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! You know, nobody believes you, Graydon. Not anymore. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. You were warned. What? Ah! I believe that we don't need to check the arm anymore. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And a final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? It's got you now, Mule Shiner. Not to call it quits and Crocker again. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. Right? I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. You could have quite as easily gone on the day after. It could have been so easy. Go the day after, buy the thing, get the hell out. Heck, you didn't even have to wait. You could have just waited for everybody else to leave. Then you go back in on your own, grab the thing, buy it, and leave. It could have been so easy. we wouldn't have to be in this predicament. Oh my gosh, what logic did you even have? But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiated with McGilden? As God is my witness, I sure recall nothing of the sort. Oh my gosh. God would not have your back there, buddy. Not at all. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun? Clearly must have been the one that got Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Remember, the whole thing here, we're not talking about government secrets. We're talking about who shot Mr. Windybank. By you admitting that you were there, you are a prime suspect. Did you not forget that? Ah! I'm just enjoying this too much. I'm sorry if my sounds are a bit too annoying. I'm just enjoying this a bit too much. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Here's the thing. Unless you can somehow prove that the Skulking Brothers had a second gun on their hands, you cannot tell me that this guy didn't have a gun. 3 guns, one by the Skulking Brothers, one by Windybank, and one by you, because we know for a fact that Gina didn't have a gun, and there was no other gun found on Gina's presence at all. Therefore, the only other place for the third gun had to be in your presence. And if the only other gun had to be in your presence, then the bullet that killed Mr. Windybank had to come from you. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh, shut it. Oh, I think he's lost it. Oh, are we ready for the breakdown, everybody? I'm ready for the breakdown. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself as a communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. No! Don't give me that! Do not give me that BS! Do not! Do not! There is no way, no how, no possibility that you're going to BS your way around you shooting him. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. 3 shots, 3 guns. Here's the thing. The only way you can sneak your way out of this is to say that you shot yourself. And you will admit to being such a humongous, absolute moron that you shot yourself. That's the only way. The only way you could say that you won. That you couldn't have killed him. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my arms firmly around the neck of your client. Come on, it's just gonna be more lies. What? Oh, sorry. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. He doesn't know, does he? I know exactly. I haven't even begun the cross-examination, and I know exactly which angle I'm gonna take you on. You what? Order! Well, it will seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon? Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. There is no clearer way to say this. If what you say is not the truth, you are indeed the killer. There is no one else. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. Let's do this thing! While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. So ruffians, you're putting those two with yourself. With those two. So no, sorry. You are saying those two were just separated from you at this point. Okay. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the... Sorry, wrong. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Boy! I don't even know where to begin. How many lies are there? How much of a BS statement is that? Like, have you even been listening to the course of this whole thing? Everything he just said is lies. I knew it. I knew I was gonna say lies, and there's so many angles I can hit him now. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Yeah, extraordinary, that contradicts everything that we know. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pull at the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. It is an act of self-preservation, I'll give you that. But, no, it is not the truth. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Are you in cahoots with this, Gregson? Because I swear to you. Having shot me. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Okay, so what you're implying is that the pawnbroker shot you, but then the accused shot the pawnbroker with the pawnbroker's own gun. Just putting that on the record. Is that what you're implying? And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Why don't we have that evidence in our hands? That's odd. I know that there was old crusty blood on her. Old crusty blood. I know there was old crusty blood on the coat that she's wearing, that she was wearing, but there's a very serious problem with that. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are we sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown and harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Nuh-uh. You see, here's the thing. Each showing blood actually proves to the contrary. See, if we could prove that there was blood on her, then it would put her actually in the line of danger as opposed to being the killer. Oh my gosh, this would be fantastic. A drink, I guess. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. What are you talking about? So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Haley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique was already being employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission... Oh, come on, that was perfectly good wine. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there is blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. And because it's been disallowed to use as evidence, we can't prove that the blood is not, in fact, Windibank's. If they tested with their chemicals? Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah. The problem with the blood... Damn it, I'm going to shit! I love that line. Okay, here's the thing. The blood is purple. But that's the thing. There is no blood on her regular clothes. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From where he was stabbed by McGilded. Who was wearing the coat at the time? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Six, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay. Let's find the blood on the overcoat. Gina will be... Here's the thing. We have a way. We have a route. Just need to trust in me. We have a route. Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or at least a compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, the moment of the shooting. Sorry. Oh, this is the cross-examination. Okay. Okay, this is all a bunch of lies and we need to figure it out and prove it with evidence. Alright, let's talk about this first. Mr. Winneback emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo Notch was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. That much I'm willing to believe, though. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, just a regular mild-mannered bulgars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway running my ass over the shelves and forfeited items. AKA you were looking for the box. Looking for the music box, of course. Yep. The broker were for Nash in the first place. The Ringo joined him, making 2 against 1. I assumed I could handle the situation. I mean, but I was wrong. I was trying to help the little bruv, but the old geezer shocked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and assumed many scarped her. The pair of you setting up on the pole defense and spawn broken together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. This guy. Okay, give me a sec. I need to check something real quick. Oh, good.
Hold it! Hold it!
Alright, so you mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what happened, of course. Things crashed on the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's a bullet wound! You're lucky you still have your arm! Mr. Windebank, did Mr. Windebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And it's got out for a third back. At which point, what do you do? Here comes the lies. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him to the people in the door, though. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. That is a big, huge lie.
Hold it! Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about his people in the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job. Made of stout wood. But there's a small opening, and it's about a head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. It is enough of the sort, Gov. I doubt those 2 buffoons were aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windebank take place. Inside the storeroom, you can see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. This girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. where they're facing each other. And then, what do you see next? He's in a black coat. As he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it! Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And, as we already established, Mr. Creighton, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. What? Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. A third gun that was somehow not found in... Oh, come on. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection! Objection!
Bull! Total bull. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the event in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. See, this is where I think that this will come to play. Because let me look at it. See, there is no gun coming from here, but there's no gun. There is no gun. There is no gun coming from here. There is no blood coming from here. So any blood splatter wouldn't have come from here, but from the front. Because you see all the blood coming from the front, not the back. So I assume that if anybody has if the events happen as this guy, as Gordon's saying, then no, there wouldn't have been blood splatter.
Hold it! Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. They only accept Hurley's chemical analysis. We could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use that as evidence to support our case. Damn it! I wish I could do that so we can... Oh, but we can't. Oh, bother. I had to do that. Then she tossed the gun up the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why would she do that, though? That is my question. Why would she do that?
Hold it! Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the store? To where I was watching? Why didn't she just open the door and try to leave, though? Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she just do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. How can anybody believe this load of tripe? So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. What happened to the gun then? I love the clear up of to my luckies and left. Clear up. What made a bit of mess on the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute. He's a whistle and flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks it's a booming month sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Creighton, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the hell is going on here?
Excuse me.
Guys? Gentlemen! What the hell is going on here? I've never seen a fight break out in this thing. Like, seriously. Guys, calm down. Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, there's a bit of a hooligan, ain't it? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me, Whistle. Why the places, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Gosh! We don't know nothing about it. Oh, the flaming people at the door. He knew nothing about the gun. He knew nothing about the people. Sorry about that. Can be prone to losing my right sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this dick gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. That's only to you, Iris, though. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, I was definitely out of character. Gregson, I saw all the fishing ships in the world are not gonna stop me putting you on the bad list. Okay, here comes the moment of truth. My lord! Requesting your lordship's recognition to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. The results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Okay, tell us the truth. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were of the result of spattering following a gun... Excuse me, what? A gunshot wound? That is not possible. End of report. Goodness me! Oh my gosh, he's made a full recovery. See? What did I tell you?
Objection! Objection!
No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibanks! Well, then that makes you say that, counsel. Look, the coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection! Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, Minikun's friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilda's innocence? Look, we already went through this. Can we just turn the page? Can you just turn the page on that, please? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country. But that was... Call our ball a disgrace! Treasury fund! That's what it is! How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done! But... Okay, if you would only allow me to use... We'd use Mr. Sholmes, especially... Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I mean, if it works! I held the Pronsky by starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Oh my god. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. No, there's still an avenue I can take. How did you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accuser's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. He was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. No. No, that's Duelist Avenue. I need to find it. My lord! Who? Bring a long battle is one, but these old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Oh, we're doing this again. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty, guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty, guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Did I do something wrong, though? Well, it would appear that, ladies and gentlemen, the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jury's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, we still have a... How is it all unraveling on me so fast? It says attorney, people. It says attorney. That's how it works. Pick yourself up. We still have one more thing to do. How very distressing. Who's this? To be held in such low esteem. Oh my gosh. It's this guy. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? No! Wait a minute. Who are you? Officer? You deliver the report now? That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Yes, who am I? Wait! You son of a bitch! Mr. Sholmes? What's the meaning of this? you serious right now? Arthur! 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 What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand? Hurley! It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Was it you to this, Lord Van Six? This trial has taken many hours of the course time, having spent so long already. Exactly! How did we spend so long already? We don't want to go wasting our more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes. Very well done, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Okay, let's get out of here. Alrighty, let's get you in here. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. Okay. Well, let's make this excursion as short as possible. Harry, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concussion of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. Not with this dude. Not with that face. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furukoshi wrap? A living present. From Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Oh, when she went... I thought that was just a farewell, but... She... Susato! Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by being enemies both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do now. Want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril, and at every moment of crisis you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What? What's... No! 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 Oh my gosh, are you serious? No way! No way! No way! No freaking way! Oh my god! Like... How? How is this a thing? How is... How? How is this? How are we going to nail this guy? This thing! Oh my god, is this for real? It's a machine I made. Oh. Yep. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. You can make a cat flap for my little furry friend like Raggy in seconds. You know what this means. You know what this implies. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistants in the world. Well, it's extremely flattering, but I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever they should mean by that, Mr. Sholmes. That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Susato, I hate to say this, but you are the cause and the solution to all of my problems right now. And I'm sorry to say this, but I'm gonna have to take a small break. It's more like 2-minute break or 5-minute break, but I will be right back because I need 5 minutes. Excuse me. Okay, let me go back to this and continue this case. Not at all cryptic, then. Wait, can you go back to that? For a certain purpose. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night. But why? No, I think the answer shouldn't be why, but where and how. So we got a cat flap-o-mat, a compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors, allows cats to come and go freely. And that's 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes, it's over. Oh, we're out of time already. Mm-hmm. I'm grateful for you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Nuttall. Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord. Hold up! I need to save! The defense request time is to save! Oh my gosh! Are you seriously telling me I could potentially continue the cross-examination? That is a possibility! That is indeed a possibility! Oh my gosh, that is indeed a possibility. I need to think about this one. Sorry, I'm eating here. See, if I go cross-examination, I have actually need to check this new evidence. I have the cat flap-o-mat. See, the whole point of the cat flap-o-mat is Susato-san might have created the flap that's on the door. Okay. Oh my God! It's right there. No flap. Flap. No flap. Flap. So here's the thing. Give me a second. If we go for summation examination, we have to go against the jury and try to tell them why this whole thing is bobcats. Would we be able to change their minds? If you go through with more cross-examination, it's a simple case of showing there was no flap before the murder, but after the murder suddenly there was a flap. How? Because of this item, which was not at the scene of the crime before the crime took place. Oh my gosh, the question is, which one do I choose? Which one do I choose? Oh my gosh, obviously I can't choose more time to think. Oh my god. This is making me... Oh my gosh, I don't know which one to take. Give me a second. Okay. I'm here. I'm here. Okay, I saved. And I'm gonna save again. But here's the only thing. I'm gonna try to attempt for another cross-examination. See if that leads us... No, wait a second. Save. But this time, save on this spot, which I haven't used at all. Okay. Because if I, for some reason, pick the right path, I want to see what happens if I go to the other path. Let's go for cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
I did not ask for a new witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one of an existing witness. Exactly! We haven't finished this cross-examination yet. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. So, nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Creighton, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! Order! I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I conclude that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Okay. Counsel, you must use but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your arguments against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Maitre Naruhodo, it's high time. I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Yep, I was about to expect that. To stand so insultingly before the court in a stage of so high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Very well. Counsel, are you fully prepared? Okay. Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzuto-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Very well then. On the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay. Thankfully, I know exactly what I need to do. And before I start making any mistakes, I'm going to save. Slave slot 3 is going to stay there for me to go back to it if I make a mistake. If this is not the right path. This music! I don't think I've heard this music before, or am I wrong? Anyway. Here's the thing, there's two statements I can choose. There's this one where it says, I saw him through the people in the door. And then there's this. She tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I'm gonna go to the first one, because it's the first time that he talks about a peephole. And the problem is, there was no peephole.
Objection! Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door that you can think of and make a neat little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cat to come and go as they please, without the owners having to open them. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. By that cat lover's contrivance, but that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it will help if I describe this function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. This case is done! It's toast! It's over! I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windyback had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is... sorry. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake? Yes? How could you? What? Counsel, calmly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No. We're doing this. This is the end. This is a farce. Do you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, was being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grenna's testimony is riddled with holes. Oh, you're gonna get it. Sorry, I'm meeting here. Okay. Riddle, explain yourself, counsel. majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Let's do this! All the! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just a cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid no, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect to believe that plaything can cut through solid wooden door?
Oh, yes. I decided to be very powerful. He can cut through even the toughest of doors.
It's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Rocky, Cooey, time for dinner.
She already used it. She already used it. It's in the courtroom door. You sneaky little girl.
Well,
Oh, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not simply make calf flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Sorry. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom that when the bank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no. But it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flap magma creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole and window banks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Oh, Silk is lost for words.
I am so happy. Excellent work, Harris. Thank you. Now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. And I have the perfect proof for you. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lorvin 6? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Come on, we have it. We have the evidence. We have a piece of evidence that can do this. Indeed, that is so, Lorvin 6. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sutoto-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. That's correct. We know that for true. Very well. The counsel of the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door in Winterbank's showroom was created after the event and not before. I'm gonna save just to be certain, but I'm telling you right now, I know exactly the piece of evidence we need to use. And it is right here. Before the incident, before the murder, Winterbank was alive. And there is no peephole here.
Take that! Take that!
What are you... praying from the detective's infernal cameras again? And with it, By the way, this is accepted as evidence, so shh. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause for to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. Where's your smile? You know. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see the print again. I don't believe it! It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. And remember, this is before the era of Photoshop, so later. Mr. Creighton. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony, it's a catalog of lies! Anybody has anything else to say? All the! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated this claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's right. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. Malena Friend's assistance guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Are you insane? Are you actually positively insane? Let's talk about that later. Right now we need to talk about this thing. But more importantly, good Lord, there's more than 6. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's. Were you not listening to the past 2 hours? Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the time of the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please? No! I don't believe this. Come on, this is stupid! We have it! We had it! There's no way! You cannot seriously tell me that you're going to believe this thing right now. Right, as it stands now. How? I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. It's just process of elimination. At this rate, is there definitive? We know that. Oh, come on, the process of elimination. We know that the gun, that Windybank's gun was shot. The witness, right? You know. So there's only one bullet in there. We know that there's no way she could have gotten another gun in her hands. Oh my gosh. It's just process of elimination. Unless somehow the Skulkins had another gun. There's no way you're not the killer here.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? as Shirley always says, one lie begets another.
Exactly.
No, wait. That might be a line I read for him in one of my stories.
Regardless. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? Okay, let's say what you said in your testimony. Reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. Yes, I knew it. What?
Objection! Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Yeah, sure, you're allowed to say that. I can be provocative if you want me to. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wouldn't you like the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Harris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They showed Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, I didn't even think about that! Oh my gosh, I need water! Oh my gosh. I didn't even think about that! Bro! How did you know about the bloodstains? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. No, you're not making any sense! Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, How's the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Oh my god! Sholmes with the catch again! Sholmes gave us the clue just 5 minutes ago! Not the evidence, but he himself. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full upon articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection! Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. We already explained this. How on earth is that possible? Who's talking? Could I have a word, please? Lorvin 6. Gregson, you're on my shit list. You're not gonna get away from that, you know that. Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. No! There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Oh my gosh. Gregson? Oh no. No. Gregson? Are you the mole? Gregson? Are you the mole? Gregson? Are you the flippin' mole? Please tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong, Gregson. There's no way you can be the mole here. Please. Okay. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of the people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection! Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications? Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And I know exactly when it happened because it happened right under our noses. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of livid and I'm kind of like, but it's just that, oh come on. And in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. A particular clue? Who is this person? Question, counsel. Clue? Which clue? Let me see. Who? Also, for some reason, we still have this and we still haven't used it at all. Pawnbroker's ticket, blood samples portfolio. Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Okay, I'm saving here, but I'm almost certain what needs to be done. For some reason that I still cannot figure out, Tobias Gregson, you stupid idiot.
Take that! Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Oh, me?
Objection! Objection!
You had better have some proof to that she has such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon could have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? Yes, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his king? The question is why? Why he did that? I'm talking about Gregson, of course. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away I was summoned by his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite through. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view on the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Are you all blind? This happened. Did this happen in the last case? Yes, because we were taking Gina's testimony, and that happened last session yesterday. Were you all blind? Okay, we need to come.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runa.
What is it, your Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying.
Exactly. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box in the scene of the crime, that's it! It was during the testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Durag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Oh, boy, be giving away confidential details to the Lexington folk. Here, have some water. You're gonna choke on that fish and chips. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector? The second disc. Gregson? You have the second disc, don't you? Because Graydon gave it to you in that little exchange. I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection! Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations in this Nipponese is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with these stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. I think I know what evidence I need to present, but, oh my gosh. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Okay, this might be the final piece of evidence. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. The second disc, the question is, which piece of evidence do I want to present?
Rena, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Oh boy, by the way, we are not stopping. We're not stopping until I see the credits. I am too invested right now. Okay. It's this.
Take that! Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting around, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case It's what's alluded to in this newspaper article here. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bloody Nora could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilden. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. What you gotta say to that, Greggy? So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Creighton in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh! I like how the animation kept going after the camera changed. All the... On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, if McGilden's done to the yacht. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that's what it is! Mine!
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilden was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked for the ministry, and to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of this music box discs, you indeed reveal confidential details of the crimes into the witness, to aid and abet this man into giving false testimony. Oh, Inspector, your days are numbered. You're going back to the beat. There's no other way that Mr. Creighton could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. Sorry. Sorry about that.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. And I move to check both the inspector and this other guy now. Wait, what? In this room? How can you possibly make a claim like... Yeah, not even Kurinosuke can make a claim like that. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, huh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? Okay, so Gregson is not the mole. Thank you. But still, you're a shady individual, that's for sure. He has the second disc actually in his possession.
Yes!
Oh, I was waiting for him to hear it say that. The defense demanded the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before. And Grexy isn't moved from the witness stand, hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination on his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. All you have to do is produce the disc. Otherwise, we're going to search. The Shoreland was to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if I'll pull your marriage to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Hold up. What? No, we're doing it wrong! We're doing it wrong! Not him! Not him! The other guy! You need to inspect both of them! What? He's going to agree with it? I presume you're aware of the precipice in which you now teeter, my learned student friend? You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. But that sounds serious. No kidding. And then, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You just tried to run it because you're scared.
The accusation. Sorry, sorry. Need some water. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Okay, it's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Okay, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? We're doing it wrong. We are going it exactly the wrong way. We should not search the inspector. We need to inspect the witness. We need to inspect my... Yes! The defense formally demands a search be conducted. Whoa! Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponi stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search in the... Did it again. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Oh, no, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, are you? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, huh? What did I lost? Have you, sunshine? Of course you'd have put you up to... the court should have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. I knew we were... Be quiet, all of you. Whoever said that? Who said that? You?
You're not saying what you're all told him to do, and have the courage to do his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. And because that's the British way.
Oh? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of a defense counsel's confession and eagerly awaits his next words. Wait, what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, if I'm fairly sure that I know who has this at the moment, there's only one person it can be. The person who so vehemently denied any such searches from the moment we tried. Counsel, whom do you request this search now? It has to be only him.
Take that! Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in his person at all. Oh no! Did I do a bad? Something's not right, something's not right. Ah! Ugh. Well, Council? Wait. Oh my god! Oh my gosh, I'm getting cold. Oh my gosh, this game! Of course! Okay, we went back in time. Okay, I know who it is. You!
Take that! Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Oh, well, I never! Ah! Oh, me? Ham? Very well then, bailiff. Return the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it! Hold it!
Ah, I knew it. Oh, please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. He has it. That's all you needed to say. He has it.
Objection! Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But... Law of 6. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of extracting the curse of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search! Oh my gosh, look at him. No, Amo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about this. Cut it out! Okay. Ah! Here, my law. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I know nothing about it. Nothing. What are you gonna say to that, Gregson? You idiot. You ruined your career over this. That is the second music box disc, left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ruin your career over a disc. You idiot. Order! Mr. Skulking! What you said? You had to say it yourself. Like, seriously, Gregson. All you had to do was have this case go the way it was. And when he was found guilty, you would find that in his effects. You knew he had it. You had it in his effects, so it was like, no, Dice Man, you're going to jail, and you're gonna jail, and I'm gonna get that regardless. Am I wrong here? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Fleming Bennett. I'm sorry, I don't know nothing about the test. Honest to God. You know, I'm willing to believe him here because he grabbed him, like all of a sudden. So in that shake-up, Gregson took the disc, slipped it inside without his knowledge. That's what I think. I think he's telling the truth at this point. Counsel, could you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this manipulation of the disc at the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculated man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin I'm sorry. Okay. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Culkin by his coat and was shaking him fiercely. Ah, he did, Aldad. The Minogue was gonna falcon off it then. I was wishing I had been born and made brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He was only trying to grab me whilst then he started shaking me. Why, blesses it. He mentioned the third gun when we were down at the station, that's what he said. I yelled it right on my ear, all it did. Me head's still throbbing now. Yeah! Exactly! Thank you. He has so much to lose. Thank you, thank you. I don't know when you put the message, son of a page 16. Nice. I don't know why, but it's like, this case would have been so much easier. Like, if Gregson had just let the trial run his course, he would have had the thing. If this guy, Graydon, had just gone back like half an hour after we left, he could have just bought the item, and then you know, there wouldn't have been any murders. It's just, this is an incredibly complex case, orchestrated by idiots. The way the detective behaved when he was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig! He hid it? Yo! But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why not would then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret leaked from the ministry, and to do it in the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What's this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. You can't say anything because... And you can't say anything because you've been found out. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Watch this. This is standard animation. He's gonna say, Graydon's gonna say no, and Gregson's gonna say yes. Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. I'd like you to understand one thing about this whole thing. As of right now, he is the prime suspect for this investigation. We're still on the murder of Windybank. Right now, he's the prime suspect. So, even if we're talking about this, he's still on the hook for the murder. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection! Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? Exactly. Going back to it. I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, you are. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You are. If you don't explain how you know that peephole, we are to assume that it's just to assume that there was no peephole, that you couldn't have seen that peephole. Therefore, there was no way you witnessed a murder. Therefore, your whole testimony crumbles down like a house of cards. It is invalid in court, and we have to assume that everything you said is just a piece of nothing. Therefore, taking away your evidence, my client walks free, and you're on the hook. You are indeed in obligation to talk. Wrong button, sorry. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. He is willing to take the fall for the murder, or at the very least perjury, because he knows treason is even worse. Interesting. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Ugh. Oh my gosh. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you need to make any deal with Mr. Creighton in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, this is Scotland Yard Inspector. I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Okay. What does that have to mean? This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultiness in the concluding of a trial. Come on. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, you cannot possibly believe that this... Come on! I believe it is time I will put the matter of the jury for the final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country... Sorry, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm sure. In service, he becomes a good judge of character. One becomes a good judge of character.
Oh my gosh. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Creighton, it's highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
You've been saying the same thing for like 2 hours already. Woman. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? If they declare a decision now...
Is he going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. There's some proof that Creighton killed Mr. Windybank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Very well, counsel. Well, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare the final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Okay. Which piece of evidence could I use? Which piece of evidence could I use that has not been used? Excuse me. That could explain. Wait, why don't we have the second disc as evidence? Come on, man. let the judge call on the jurors to announce that Lainey's Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Okay, this is definitely the final piece of evidence. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? There is no option. I have to present evidence. The question is which evidence? Let me look at each piece of evidence carefully here. Alright. The armband, come on, man. There's no way. The pawnbroker's ticket. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windybank, in the form of some handwritten notes in the back of a photograph. The photograph has nothing to do. So you got a small box, 10 shillings. We got these three things, which I don't know what what that stamp means. Is that Windybank stamp? Anyway, this is the representation papers. I'm not entirely sure if I need this. Blood samples portfolio. Okay, Ashley Creighton, Trashfire Mason. It's unfortunate we can't use this as evidence. Okay. The pawnbroker's ticket. This is for the overcoat. It has Mr. Mason's blood. We have the manuscript, a long and published story that Sholmes deposited the pawnbroker the victim, Mr. Windybank. There's nothing particular about this that is like a problem at all. You can somehow read some of those words, or some of those letters, I should say. But as he says, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right, I used Daddy's nose to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
Well, if it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but you can change it to the Hound of the Narradas.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Okay, so is there no reason for me to use this? Okay, the omnibus murder, omnibus murder. All right, the paper. Oh my gosh. Come on, still trying to figure this one out. The autopsy report. Single bullet, instant heart. I need one piece of evidence that has not been presented yet that could blow this case over. And I need to figure out who is it going to be from. I'm just looking at them very carefully, so sorry if it's a little bit... Where's the second disc, though? Also, if you notice very carefully, these holes are just dots. They're just like textures. Because, of course, this was originally in the 3DS, so... Yeah. Pouch. Was there something about the pouch, though? I don't think so. That is the bullet. Did we ever present this bullet, though? The music box and the flapper-mats. We never actually looked at the flapper-mats. Oof. Phew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, Ender. They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even of the toughest doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that is for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper-mat is that it's a green weapon of door destruction.
Hey, guy's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
Oh my gosh. What's with this girl? So yeah, I don't expect this to be a problem. All right. I think we have to attack Graydon. I think we need to attack Graydon. I don't know how, but we need to attack Graydon. So we're gonna go for Graydon. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Graydon. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he was really struck on the stand. Wait. McGilded. Freaking McGilded. There must be something about McGilded. What if we were to play both things? That is the only thing that comes to me. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Oh my gosh. This is probably wrong, but I'm going for it.
Take that! Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's music box dismantle? Did I just stumble upon the truth? Yes. The first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special music box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered. Are you serious? Did I seriously just stumble upon the truth? Oh my gosh, are you serious? That is insane. Yes, I just saw it and I think that's a bot, by the way. If you're not a bot, then, you know, whatever, but I think that was a bot. Goodness, this council.
Hold it! Hold it!
No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
No. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct notes. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second note needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? Haha, yes. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiots!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine! Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He's just like vibing here, just thinking. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Six, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Oh, Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance to the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set on operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Shh. Shh. Hear it. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. All right. I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, stop snitching the blooming box now. And there you go. All we needed to know. Case closed. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Do you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains in the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You. Oh, he's got Ryder. Oh crap! Somebody stop this guy! Oh my gosh! Somebody stop this guy! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! I've never seen a breakdown like that. Oh wow. That's it then. It's all over. I hope so. My heart. My heart. My heart can't take this anymore. I need water. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Oh, you poor, poor individual. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you were doing good. You were doing great. I mean, look at you. I mean, you're an idiot, but you did good for yourself. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Like, why? He wanted more. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who living as a squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded. His grubby hands are all over these cases and I can't... Oh my god, I swear, if McGilded is brought up on the second game, I'm done! My brain cannot process that anymore. Here we go, McGilded again. You're a fan with got a talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections at the Ministry Communications Office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brick maker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills were sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums, 10 years earlier. Is it sad that I hold no sympathy for this guy? Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, then? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. A bit delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, will you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? was the second part of the deal, the exchange for the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Bibbleton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time you're on as an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually in the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything was so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. I mean, poor man. But, look, I have absolutely no sympathy for you, for what you've done throughout the course of this case. But I kind of feel bad as well, because, well, he was trying to reconnect with his father. In a sense, he was trying to reconnect with his father. But I feel more sad for Mason than anybody else in this case, in that situation. It was only then that I find out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. Oh, wait a minute, I was wondering about this. You killed McGilded, didn't you? So after 10 years of not once uttering, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Yep, revenge! As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed or threatened. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched Betty's soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background of it to it all. I have made plenty money out of the dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. And if you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Intriguing. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's dead that day. It was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. Would you like to follow me to the courtroom? How was this, officer? This is not what I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This is the time for inspection. Better go and examine the omnibus again. Some toy. I'd ask if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilda he could examine the omnibus again? That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. McGilda used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus in all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Honestly, all in all, the true evil is still McGilded, even beyond the great oh my god. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine, as the omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him a one-way journey to hell. This whole thing, even after death, McGilded. An eye for an eye. I still don't understand why you had to go and kill Windybank. You had what you came here for. So I avenged my father's death. A spy-shilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Yes. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because he had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized he was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. Sudden, as promised. Thank goodness for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, this is a pawnbrokery. I can sell this. You can use this to redeem an article deposited there for you. There is no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it so well. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokery is a very useful place, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. My gosh. McGilded! So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybank that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. So you were in the gallery on the trial. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced. Wait a second. Oh, hell no! Wait a minute. Stop it. Stop it. Give me a second. Oh, hell no. This is not happening. Guys, if you see anybody called Gone, I think this is an I something. And they start like making, like, those are bots. That's definitely a bot. Okay, you're banned. And you're banned. Prove to me you're not a... If you're not a bot right now, prove to me. Send me a message tell me to unban you. And give me a good reason. Not just, oh, please unban me. Tell me a good reason why I should unban you. Because Gone IO or Gone I6 Yeah. You're a bot. And you've messed with my count. My count is still at 20 people. I still only have 20 followers. Well, let's continue to finish the story. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion of the girl. The girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, true enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I wasn't aware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. You're such an idiot! Meanwhile, as our investigation of the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector! You recovered fast! Orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so I started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me and the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of the forfeited articles. Why didn't you just take it? And the second disc was in. Oh, you did take the second disc, but don't you just leave? And the second disc was inside. Oh yeah, he did take it, yeah. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Gunshot rang out from the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom over refuge. Sorry tell. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened in Windibanks that wretched night. The truth sometimes hurts. This man has been hurting for so many years. But the way he went about is not really the correct way at all. Earlier, you called Mr. McGilda a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you've done is exactly the same. And that's why I feel no pity for you. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. I think now I can rest easy about the third case, knowing that this is the real conclusion. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it will seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon? Has been restrained, my lord. Has been escorted to your yard. Will be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard squadron standing by. It is ready. Really it is now. The last push. The final call. The finishing whistle. The men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Okay. And there we go.
That's the stuff. I'm a duck. Finally, Rudolph. You finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word.
I wasn't sure if we'd come out of the on top for a while there. See, was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What? Why are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your fathom, there are certain other crimes to consider, huh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not?
You know, I'm gonna say this is something that was never produced, was never brought up on previous Ace Attorney games. People just give false testimony all the time in Ace Attorney games. It's like, what's perjury? And I'm sad that it had to come to one of my clients. Where it's like, yeah, perjury. You give false testimony. You're subject to perjury.
Wrong button, sorry.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery,
Perjury, breaking and entering,
you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
theft.
I never not nothing of the sort.
Of course not. Sounds like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message of Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Wow, thank you, Van Six. That was not a backhanded compliment at all.
Very sorry about that. was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that he'd done so. If I may say something on that point, who's speaking? Isn't that?
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much of the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me. In fact,
That happens, you know, when you are married to the job, or when you play Tetris a little too much. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
but I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me that this guy was trying to pull a fast one on McGilded? And the secrets that were supposed to be leaked were never secrets at all? What? What? Can that be really true? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense will have to listen to the music box again. Are you out of your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those desks contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really gonna bother me now. Mr. Strayed?
Yeah? Hello?
What you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on. I had nothing. It ain't nothing on the same those days in the backlands.
I beg your pardon?
If you have weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair. But if you want to change, you've got to start at one. Something. You gotta change how you are yourself.
That's at home. Okay. That's what she said. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Mr. Strayed of never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Unless she becomes a lawyer, I don't know. You never know. Or a policewoman. You never know. Oh yeah, you don't accept policewomen in this era, of course. Now, with regard to the murder of Buster Bob Benbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business of Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Oh, I can rest now. This case. Oh, that. Oh, that is amazing. That one was great. I love that one. I was like, I was about to ask where they came from. It's like, oh, Gina. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh my gosh, we're almost breaking 4 hours. There's something more. Really, there's something more. I mean, we can't really have that celebration with Gina, so I'm a person to note. I must say you surprised me, my foreign Eastern friend. Sure. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. I'm saving that for a second. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. That's it? You were not looking into this whole situation. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about a total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. It has to do with that scar, doesn't it? Alright then, I'll wait for the date if I must. Sequel hook! This is how they hooked you for the sequel. It's like, now you need to know what's going on with this guy. And I'm pretty sure it has to deal with the scar that is in his arm, in his face. And it probably has to do with the fact that he stopped prosecuting some 5 years ago, I believe. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my lord and Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Okay? Okay. You still prejudicing the entire Japanese race over the betrayal of one person is stupid, but at least I can see where he's coming from. Anyway, we're back here. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh, you're here! Well, congratulations, Gina. See, I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Miss Narada. You believe in me? Right up to the end. Here's Ada's your name. What's that about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see. Kept the promise, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing in the slums, I never trusted no one. And that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense of me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, peck it in! But I suppose it's not to feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma, Kazuma! I miss you! After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? Pardon the interruption? I don't know who this is. Oh, come off it! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patient in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. Would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes!
Yes, it was me all along. See? Come on! Yeah, thank you. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. What? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board! But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, well, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Straight?
Well, you've been having a snooze in this nice soft bed. Someone's doing funny for our lives.
That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, is sure. So, I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order from you, too, Mr. Straight.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Just anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. But you just pointed it out, to give her a panic attack whenever she goes to sleep. Thank you, Sholmes. Very thank you.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like, I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like, God?
I'm upstairs, knows... I'm upstairs, knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have to get it wrong end of the stick. Yeah, some calls like that buck tried to... What a run into the car. The other day, him upstairs, make sure they get what they serve.
Talking about him upstairs, sorry. Wrong. I was talking wrong. Sorry. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters to its own hand and claiming lies is another.
Well, like McGilda's the McGilda's of this war. So, I ain't scared. I got principles to see. You see?
A trait? Okay, sorry. A trait in you wishes to be admired, Mr. Strayed.
Why? Just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are! Harley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But, wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. And the dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Were you credited?
I'm not so sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Harley, but you just didn't make it the way these presents just seem to think you have.
You just don't have to wait to press. Okay.
In fact, you really have to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
Oh, be careful. Ouch!
Anyway, such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Gina tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk charge stuff, what was in lock, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But that ain't an offense. It's a job in it.
I don't think so.
Still, this has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Ada?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I gotta do something for all them lot like me from the tombs. Something that makes a difference for them.
Exactly. Make a big difference. Show them in the slums that you can actually get out of poverty by your own sweat and blood and tears and stuff.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Mr. Lestrade? Person carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Something tells me this is not the last time. This is not the end of Gina. What the heck happened? I know. What the heck happened? I am still alive, right? Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Ada? Ada?
Yes? Oh. Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strayed.
Huh?
On occasions such as this, you say, I would recommend simple thank you.
Yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well...
gosh.
Thanks, Otto.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you for everything. For that. For believing in me.
Oh my gosh. It's quite amazing how how big a difference a hat makes. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Yeah, I know this is going for long, but I said I'm not gonna end until the credits end. Well, there she goes. Wonder if we'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable Perkverse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I put a paper outside. It's a special edition and it draws all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, we like the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Reno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer the question always says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of rain. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright, then what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful. The sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to waste the sea off.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Miss Naruto?
Mr. Sholmes?
I have rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
Well, what are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Okay. Alright, let's do this. Let's watch the final cutscene, I guess. Oh, there's not a cutscene? 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover. Quasi. That looks somewhat longer than I had anticipated. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Sissy's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? What? Over there? Look, it's like she's reading something. Whoa! Whoa! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Miss Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
I see. Then tell me, how did Gina Strahl go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
It's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
My gosh, Susato, I know you have to leave, but the book they were about to throw in the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
Miss Susato, please. Don't you dare tell me that you don't not want to do this anymore.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san. I would be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. Come on, that was one thing.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide that fact.
What I don't know is, why did you do it?
What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mrs. Jones had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Rena's band.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris, please. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
I mean, that's true.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take your cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, right. So Jones would have had no idea because he was just too busy trying to not die.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
Sorry. Here's the question. If that flap had not existed... I'm sorry, I need a moment. I'll be right back. I know it's been a while, but I need to return. I'll be back in a second.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
Okay, let's continue. The storeroom door, do you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up to my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to him Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes, made my blood run cold.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remember that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justices feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now?
I mean, you were not wrong. I just keep thinking, what if? What if she had never done that? What if she had never created the flap? My question is, if the flap had not existed, what then? How would this case have gone?
Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looks as if though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You are worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see. There would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Schultz. If Mr. Naruhado was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Huh? Oh! You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have... You have been disbarred if you have been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Mr. Straight's. Miss Susato, I have a question that is related to this. I wonder if he's gonna ask it. If not, then I'm gonna ask it again.
The truth is when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh,
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
what you did is no way comparable to what he did. Creighton is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
And I know my voice is absolutely not their voice, but what can I do? Well, we must be thankful that Mr. Street's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret... But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
It wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members to see a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. cipher. I see. So then we could have never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. What? So... What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Asogi.
Wait! Iris! What did you say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Asogi. That's the name of my best friend. What is this? What? What is this? This have to...
What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out that in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to intercept it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
I knew it! I knew it had to be another language.
Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety.
I knew this existed.
Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the name says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, will you let me see that?
Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become even more important for international communications.
Nobody tell her. Then might I recommend, my dear madame, then I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
Okay, so show me.
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in the long sequence is supposed to mean the lots and dashes. Let's make the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
It's a hit list! 4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
How was Asogi killed? It was an accident, right? Kazuma Asogi. Why? What was his name on the disc?
The second is A. Shin.
Shin. I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregson.
Tobias Gregson. Shin. Anybody that has the last name that sounds like Shin. Okay, let me go back to that. A. Shin. Shin. Let me look at my people. Okay. Sholmes? No, I. Wilson, went back, straight, Graydon, Gregson, 6, 8, Baruch, Sheen? Sheiks? No, couldn't be. So third is T. Gureguson. Gregson! Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is this? Don't keep us in suspense.
Let us know, please. Susato will take it however you want. However hard it is, we can do this.
The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh my god! Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! No way! No way! Oh my no! Oh my gosh! Are you serious right now? This is a hit list! This is totally a hit list! Gregson! Wilson, Gregson, Asogi, and Shin, and two of them are dead. So Gregson might be next on the shopping block, and because we have not seen Shin, I know the person the man named Shin will probably appear in the second game. Oh my gosh, this is totally a hit list. This is kill these persons or torture these persons for information. Oh my gosh, this is totally a hit list. What? Wilson.
John J. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, but so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after these four names he reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all for... And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
That is all for... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, my brain is exploded. My brain is exploded. I just can't believe it. Who would even have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. 3 of them we know. 2 of them are dead. Oh my gosh. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Okay. Oh, I see, that's what it is. This is a communication between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan, which was intercepted and was going to be sold for what? For what reason? What reason would the bad guys have to know this of Gregson, of Kazuma, of Wilson, and somebody else? And guess what? I am almost 100% certain this has to do with Case 1. Which, by the way, I still don't know why did that ever happen. Oh my gosh. This is not the last time we're gonna see that woman from Case 1, right? We're gonna see her again. I thought about it, but now I'm certain we're gonna see her again.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Sissy and Runa come from? Well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilsons, and there could be lots of J's among them.
How do we break the news to her? Professor John H. Wilson is here, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder into the at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, it's definitely deep, dark, and mysterious, and I am like, oh my gosh, go down, nurse. Oh, go down, Goosebumps. I don't like you. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is gonna set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a leisure passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Soto. Thank you so much. I wish you the very best. Mrs. Soto, I hope to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo! Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, come on, you're gonna make her cry now. I got you. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've just to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember? Shh. No. We're not doing that. It's too late for that. The first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria. When I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. No! If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow felt straight away like you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Farewell, Susato-san. Finally, the final cutscene. Poop, poop.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
The cat.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
But so long as I'm here, there will be justice. There'll be justice for all, right?
No, I'll be able to turn
Just kidding.
fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
This game has been amazing. Just double A, triple amazing. Are we not done? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. What? The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Gee, I wonder. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we should never have made it to Dover. We would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I forget that the games always end like this. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like he's the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I just know that one he'll use here.
Then I must say, objection! Ah, this game! And there we go. That is the great Ace Attorney Adventures, the first in this 2-game collection. Oh my gosh! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired, I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work weighs a pittance by comparison. Of course you would do that. Anyway, this game was fantastic. Like, what can I say? What haven't I said about this game already?
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is another statement. Frozen dry toast and some insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
We do. We all do. But how can I say? Quickly. Visuals? Fantastic. I know there's a 3DS game, but the visuals still hold up. Oh, this guy.
Witness, your testimony? It's riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Raleigh took rare common coins right on the rare stakes themselves. Well, I did also knows his father's an innocent man. Or you call him my son a liar? Witness, a court means no place for your petty arguments. These guys. I think I just reread a line from in the past. Having delivered a Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Warguy's offspring refuge in my pocket. The man brings some kid and some boy, a man brings some kid and boy, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Oh, stop crying, Milk. Okay, the storylines, the cases, everything was just mwah, fantastic. Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Sure, just stand there for a couple seconds. The storylines. Magnificent storylines. I think it just kept me guessing, it kept me blowing my mind. And then there's you. The Gladys Ryan's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Wherever I say the one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Sure. Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Go, 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 go. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. How are you still an inspector? I expect something's gonna happen to you in the second game. I mean, you are on that hit list, so hopefully you're fine. Ah, and that's this guy. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis for sure. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well in the household too. Got this maid business typed up. How the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is its own maid. Oh, she's in jail? I didn't realize that she was being apprehended for doing that. Well, whatever. And this too.
My Raleigh is back in the pit again. All thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out the small shades in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their drop happiness, and my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh.
This too. Get a room! Oh my gosh. The castle characters was really good, all things considered. She's still in jail though.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for another, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases where Holmes was looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them.
Curious. I feel like this is not the last time we're gonna see her though. I wonder what's gonna happen to her eventually. And then there's you. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life as sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Move over, bro. That ain't the ass we just know. We got time yet to plan the comeback of Miffleton and Sulkin's milk run, right? The Three Musketeers, his milk in the neighborhood and all it's worth. Oh my god. Well, he got something good out of this. Reuniting with his old friends. Good on you, I guess. This game. Okay, so quick thing about the next game in this collection, because there is another collection. There is another game. Susan? These past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Susato, I hope to see you in the second game. By the way, talking about the second game, we are not going to go immediately into the second game. We are not. I'm gonna take a week. Oh, look at that! That is amazing! I love that! Oh! Aww. They're so adorable, I love it. Okay. Gosh, this game. Oh, what's going on? Oh, this is the actual credit scene. Okay. Okay, good. How I'm gonna say this? I'm just looking at the voice actor to see if there's somebody that I recognize to shout out to them, but apparently nobody. That's okay. Okay, so again, this game was fantastic. All of the characters, they were really good. Even if I thoroughly hated some of them, like that lady over there who's about to leave the screen, I enjoyed this game. It was really good. The storylines were really nice. The graphics, as I say, were fantastic, although I understand this is a 3DS game and it still has its 3DS roots, but it still holds up. What else can I say? If you like the Ace Attorney series, you owe it to yourself to play this game. If you like adventure games or visual novels, you should really play this game. If you've never played an Ace Attorney game, as I say, oh look at that, he leaves him behind because he can go ahead. You can keep going ahead. Oh my gosh! And he goes ahead on his own. That's a nice little detail right there. I like that. If you've never played an Ace Attorney game, you might consider, oh, here comes Susato, is probably going to join him now. Interesting. If you've never played an Ace Attorney game, I see they're coming back. I want to finish my thing. If you never played an Ace Attorney game, I tell you, either play the original trilogy, because it is the introduction of it all, or play this game. Both of them are fine ways of coming into the story, into the series. But I will tell you right now, I do believe the original trilogy, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, is still the better thing. I also thought this guy, the one in the middle, was harboring a secret that it was never elaborated upon. I killed it! You asshole. You brought all this, and it's still not over apparently. Oh, you. May you rot in hell. But yeah, as I keep saying, the original trilogy is better to easing you guys in. But if you just want to go into this one, you don't have to know the original trilogy. Because as you've seen in this playthrough, this game has no real connections to the original trilogy. Has no real like gameplay storyline connections. Therefore, if you play this game, you can keep to the storylines. You know, you can keep yourself relatively spoiler free to the storylines. And the cat better come with us, by the way. So yeah. Either play this game or play other games, and I think the frame rate is kind of like chugging along because there's 4 constant characters there. That's weird. Regardless, I cannot recommend this game enough. And this is just one half of the collection. The second half, the second game, is gonna come eventually. But this is what's gonna happen. First game, we're gonna take a break. 2 weeks. No. Next week, we're gonna be playing something else. If I haven't finished Psychonauts by then, and I probably will not, then it's probably gonna be Psychonauts for the next 3 days. Just Psychonauts until and I might just finish it that week. Maybe not. Who knows? Then after that, starting on the 9th, I believe. Yes, on Saturday 9th. Again, sorry, it's been more than 5 minutes. Take a bow, everybody. You all did well. But yeah, starting on the 9th, Metroid Dread. The Great Attorney Adventures. Fin. Thank you so much for being here with me. Ah, thank you for the award. And once I'm done with Metroid Dread, we're gonna come back to this, to the second game in the collection. Oh, this is amazing. I love this one. I love this scene right here. This is great. But you know what? That's it. That is the entirety of the case. That is the end of this whole thing. So, what we're going to do is we are going to raid somebody, and I think if I may look, I think Gobi is streaming right now. He is playing Gothic Phone. I don't know how long he has left, but I am going to raid him. You know what? I think I'm going to. I think I'm gonna raid somebody else though. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know who I'm gonna raid. Miss No. I don't know who's Vividly Vivi. Who is Vividly Vivi? She sounds nice. I need to look who is that. Vividly? I don't know, I just saw that person. I better be yes muted. Alright. Oh, cute. I'm waiting for 30 seconds, sorry. I'm just waiting for 30 seconds. But while we wait for the 30 seconds, just so you know, this game is fantastic. Play it if you like adventure games or visual novels. It is great. So, in my opinion, I just want to play more, but I want to take a little bit of a break. Okay, I see. That is cool. But, oh, sorry. I didn't want to do that. But I think I'm going to call it then. Okay. So what I'm going to do is do this. Then put this over here. Then I'm going to... There we go. Alright. And with that raid, I am going to leave this thing because I am spent. We were almost 5 hours into this game. Like, let me look. Yeah, almost 5 hours. I am done. I am completely done. I am spent. I think this is practically my longest stream. Probably. So, thank you so much for watching. My name is Cobra, and I'll be back on Tuesday for more Final Fantasy X, Thursday for Psychonauts, and Saturdays and Sundays are probably going to be more Psychonauts until Metroid Dread is released. After Metroid Dread is done, we'll be back with more The Greatest Eternity Chronicles with the second game, whenever that happens. Until then, I hope you have a wonderful, fantastic day. Good day.